Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining. Welcome, Primus, Aaron, Joel, Mr. J, Head On, Pete. Time for another build. Unintended side quest steam buns. Where I can get some delivered. Oh. I mean, if you're really interested in that, I would definitely check the apps. It may be very possible. You might be surprised. Mileage may vary. Thankfully, for me, I believe, at least temporarily immune from feeling immediately hangry upon hearing about delicious food on stream. Because not only did I record a couple of reviews today, I also had breakfast, which is very rare. I'm off to an amazing start for the day by normal human standards compared to normal. Compared to my normal. And I got all of the parts ready, at least for the first half, and took my first screenshot for how this review is going to go, because there are definitely way too many parts. Way too many parts to start this build. The whole entire build is just 2 sets of bags. Bags 1 and bag 2. And all of this is heavily pre-sorted. Oh, it goes farther than that. There are these also. And this. It's a lot. All right. See a lot of little pieces, a lot of 1x1s, a lot of different styles of those. I see just 2. Okay, it looks like just 2, not 3. Oh, those are both down. There's up as well. Like these are all down. At least there are no middle ones. Those get confusing. Bubble Levo, thank you kindly for continuing your subscription for all of this time. I appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well this afternoon or evening. I got both the CaDA and Rio Bricks version of this. CaDA one is primarily designed by a Lego fan designer, fully licensed and authorized and everything. The Rio Bricks one is similar, but not a copy, but I've seen some people claim that it's a copy. So I'm going to build both and then show it, and then we can discuss. But today is going to be just the CaDA one, just this one. Tonight there will be more action on my YouTube channels than usual, because the latest batch of orphaned old review videos that I found are going to be going live, unfortunately, on the Lego Reviews channel. Brown. Interesting. And then I've got a mega Pokemon review going live on the Other Bricks channel, because the Lego Pokemon stuff will be going live this evening. And then the wait is on for me to receive anything that I pre-ordered. So then start the next batch of Lego reviews. In the meantime, I've got plenty of Other Brick stuff to cover from a bunch of different manufacturers. And I forgot to check. That's one thing I forgot to check today, if there were any new Lumibricks reveals yet today. because they do be releasing stuff a lot. All the dang time. Got a number of things I need to check through. Let me just check that one real quick. Just started building this the other day, right on. Barweir. I forget if I got this from Barweir. Did I get this from Barweir US? I think I might have gotten it from the US. I think I might have gotten it from the US warehouse. If not, not Amazon. I honestly don't exactly recall. One of those two for sure. Okay, the gold. The small gold mine, is that new from Lumibricks? I can't keep track. And especially when they announce stuff and then they leak stuff and it's all over the place. There's no consistency to the stream of new products. And tracking said stream or streams. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to look through. All right. That's where you got yours, 50%. Oh, okay. That might have been. I just don't specifically remember, but I'm glad that you got yours and that you got it on the cheap. That helps a lot. 12 bags in, figured out that the number bags are sequential. What? Oh, I told you about that. I told everybody about that a while ago, because when I first started doing real brick stuff, I thought the exact same thing. I opened all of them in a group and then sorted them out, and I complained about it, and then viewers who were more familiar were like, hey, you don't have to do that. I was like, dang it. Let me spread the word. Dang it. I'm sorry. That sucks. It's such a different experience between, knowing that and not. It would have been nice if they had just told us that, because it is so unusual. Industry-wide, it's unusual, very unusual to have just literally one bag, not one bag number, but one bag opened at a time. Completely changes the feeling. Compared to like this. Okay. Perfect example to the opposite side. All of these need to be opened at once. This is the norm, right? This is kind of a bad example of the norm, but yeah, all those twos have to be opened once I get halfway through this build. Versus with real bricks, that's all you have to have open at once. Seems to be consistently the case as well with real bricks and Geostar, because most of the real bricks sets are from Geostar or produced by Geostar. When you see those, the dash, like the 3-1, 3-2, usually them. That's the way things need to be, honestly. This one is a little bit of a pain. Even Lego, I think, should go in that direction. Lego is not bad, with just maybe 2 bags, a small one, and then a big one, right? At most 3. You've got your bag of parts that are unnumbered, that are larger, and then you've got the big bag and then a small bag inside. Maybe 4, because you've got a second small bag inside, but still, you put the contents of the 2 small bags together. Contents of the big bag separated, so you have just 2 trays of parts, and that's it. Real Bricks goes farther than that, makes it more convenient these days. 4,000. The last set of theirs that I built before I gained this knowledge was the not Black Pearl. So a whole lot of black pieces, just black pieces. That was a lot of pain. So it could have been worse. Know that. It could have been worse. And now you know. And really, they should be better about explaining it. You got the red and, yeah, and brown and gold. Started trying to encourage people to talk about that more, be more open about that. How inconvenient it is when manufacturers do stuff like these guys just did, making me open how many? 7, 8 bags? Sort them in advance. One, two, three. There we go. Whole shopping district. Yeah, I mean, they've got all the different versions, slightly different variants, different shops in pretty much the same style. And then you mix in with that, you mix in the Rio Bricks ones for a little bit more variety. There you go. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Make them come true. Hard to tell the dark blue and black. It's in the instructions, right? Yeah, that's rough. And then when black and dark gray or dark gray and light gray look similar, brown and dark brown versus dark orange in instructions when they don't separate those out enough. Toss in some black, do some dark gray as well. Like there are a lot of opportunities for things to go very wrong. Thankfully, more companies are getting better about that, but we need to stay on them. We need to let our feelings be known regularly when they get it wrong, especially, but also reward them with positive feedback when they get it right. These modified tile pieces are a little bit lighter. Color consistency isn't great. All right, time to start getting some verticality here. The colors in the instructions for this one are good. The texture isn't shown particularly well. What I mean by that is it's hard to tell, for example, the Technic brick from the regular brick. I can barely see the holes. I do need to be extra careful here with the 1x1. See, yeah, that has a hole in it. It faces towards the rear. Okay. Good thing I checked. One, two, three. Why 3? I guess they just don't have the. They don't have the dark, they don't make the dark brown. CaDA doesn't make the dark brown 1x1 without a technical, just a regular one. So they have a stack 1x1 plates instead. It's awkward. Last public stream of the week for me. No stream tomorrow, if I remember. Maybe a chance to get caught up on something in life. Probably not, though. Probably something else will come up. I need to decide if Monday, I will be, hope this is right, continuing the build of that Lynx model, the green mech, or if I'll switch, I think this is right. It's hard to see those edges. Switch to a different build and just finish its less interesting stuff offline. Big old stack of just bricks here. This whole section here is just solid, literally solid. Looking at all the brown made me think, okay, there's still a lot of wood used in semi-modern, like mid-century, late mid-century Japanese architecture. Do they have a major forestry industry? Like, how are they on trees for harvesting? You know, and where does that happen? Just don't hear about their forestry much. Never associate it. In spite of every one of these sets having lots of brown. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a 10. This set is, I think, 1,100 pieces. Or thereabouts. I'll definitely be able to get this done in one stream. Unless something goes especially wrong. Not you. And this one does have a light string, a single light string, but it's just a fairy light. Let's actually go outside. It's one of those checkbox situations. Hey, this set comes with lights. We're keeping up with the competition. No, they're not. Haven't really built any interior yet. Whoa. It's kind of just a big brick right now. Okay, final actual detail is exterior, a sign. And it gets the first sticker, which I believe these are going to be transfers. Technically, not normal stickers. I think CaDA was the first company where I experienced No, actually, it was Lumibrix before they changed their name. First time experiencing transfers, I believe. Or are these stickers? No, I think that's just a sticker. Okay. Phil, welcome. How's it going? Pancake Brady, welcome. A lot of white pieces of yellow. Yeah, hydrogen peroxide would work. Would make it worse. Nothing solves it. Nothing solves the problem. It's going to be temporary only. Nothing actually removes the chemicals from the plastic that cause the yellowing. Hydrogen peroxide reverses the process in one step. It's not permanent. It reverses them for now. If you leave the parts in there for too long, or you overdo it, or you overexpose them to heat or sun while you're doing the treatment, then it'll make it worse over time because it'll actually put pits in the surface. It'll erode the surface of the plastic, which lets more of it turn again faster. But if you do it right, it's just going to basically turn back time for a little bit. Obviously, I've used the process many times myself on a lot of bricks over the course of years. A lot of people out there have done the same. If you look around, you will see a lot of people have done the same. A few people have done it wrong and then taking the opportunity to get some free clicks for themselves after they made mistakes and or had false assumptions about the process. And they're like, this more popular YouTuber is wrong. Now come view me. But it doesn't change the reality. The peroxide treatment thing has been around for very long. It's been done by countless people in multiple different hobbies. Why did they say ×2 when it can be ×3? The key is to be careful. Don't overexpose. Keep the stuff submerged. Look for best practices from folks who have real experience and aren't just following a thing that they heard about and wanting to get some views off of it. Folks who have actually done it multiple times successfully. ×2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Rest, wait, those are dark brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Pots, welcome. Scale-wise, pretty good. So CaDA, most of their buildings from this series, I think, fit well. A couple of them seem smaller. And I think you can see it in when you look at the pictures. Like, I think the most recent one that they just came out with looks a little bit small by minifig standard, but only a little bit. I think it would still work. Also look for Rio Bricks. Rio Bricks does some sets that are actually, I think, a little bit cheaper on average. That are similar, so you can get a little bit of variety. I think they have a series of like 4 different ones. Yeah, Phil. So what they did was, instead of creating 2x2 jumpers, they created a 2x2 with a hole in the middle that can accept a stud. So you can actually change out the color of the stud in the middle. Could possibly create some interesting effects. But here it's just being used to basically create a jumper. Just reducing the number of molds that they have to maintain. I think it's cool. Yeah, Pots, there are a couple from CaDA, I think, that look. So look, when you look at them, look at the sizes of doors and chairs. But worst case scenario, I think all of them from any kind of distance will look compatible enough with minifig scale. Hope that's of some use to you. Also note that they're not necessarily all going to go together side to side quite as easily as Lego modulars. They're not quite as compatible consistently. So you might need to or want to do a little bit of customization to your bases, or better yet, add some space between them. Get yourself some extra plates and then create, alleyways between them and things like that. Also, you get things like this, a corner, like, what are you going to do with that? Just, something to keep in mind for a larger layout. Also, breathing space is always good. Giving some room between buildings can't hurt. And then if you want a larger building, consider the Fantasy Architecture Office. It's a little bit different, a little bit more modern. It's like more 60s architecture. A little bit brutalist, a little bit modern. But it also has the brown slats. It's inspired by buildings that you would see next to these from the 1970s to the present, away from major cities. Okay, now it's starting to look like we're getting some interior. Is this a gas tank? Or is it a tall pressure cooker? That looks like it's supposed to be a big old butane tank. Seen the architecture firm. It's not for everybody, obviously, but I wanted to suggest it as a possibility for variety in size and era a little bit. Designer sushi shop, yeah. Large jumping off. It's big, yeah. Also, another one to consider. I don't know if it's still available, but you know what? The Initial D, I think they might still have the tofu shop, which is an older design, so not quite as advanced, but it might go with it. And also see if Fantasy still has any of the buildings from come on, Dragon Ball. They might have a Dragon Ball building that could be compatible with the aesthetic you're going for. Am I going back to work in tech? I mean, I've had to over the past 7 years. I've definitely had to consider that when things were especially bad. So much of the work that I did to build my own thing, pretty well ruined by big companies changing algorithms and such overnight. Definitely had to consider my options. Thankfully, those considerations have moved farther away from the foreground for me lately, as I have slowly recovered, working literally tirelessly for years and years and years to recover. It's starting to work. After all, the reasons that I left the industry in the first place have not changed. Yeah, definitely not a fun option. I did have a full career. Maybe not a lifelong career, but I was deep into it. I definitely did the thing. I did the Silicon Valley thing. I did the bubble pop, the recovery, small company, big company. I've been in there. Gundam Spring Fest Day, is it another one? Like, is it different, or is it just now those things are actually available to buy fully? Those things are orderable. Okay. Agile meetings? Are they still doing that? I thought that died. I thought that fad went away. And they realized that, oh, it's actually not making things better. Putting a different spin on design by committee and bureaucracy, corporate bureaucracy is not making things more efficient. Jeez. Sag. Shows the documentary, not a comedy. Yeah. Can tell what things in shows like that are realistic and what things are actually better than they are in real life. What things are actually worse than that in real life. Wait a minute. Did I confuse black and brown somewhere? No, those are supposed to be brown. Oh, these are 2x4s. 2x4s. There should be two brown 2x4s, and I don't have them, which means they went somewhere. Nope. No. Unless it was back here? I don't think so. Let me recheck. Two by 2x2s. Okay, here's the beginning where we start using the brown, or just the tiles in general. That's a plate. Those are 1-bys. Oh, what about this? Ah, here we go. Here we go. They want these to be 1-bys. For some reason. Attribution values on your tickets so things get tracked correctly. Very It's very efficient setting all those up. And then maybe, what is it, once a quarter or every second quarter, they have a what do we call it, a recalibration. Let's see what we can change. More like planks, I guess. But then you got 2x on the side. Unless I got that wrong as well. Oh snap! Would you look at that? It's nice to see, right? Those are indeed supposed to be 1x's underneath. Okay, so this obviously is an area for improvement because the edges between parts are not showing up well in these instructions at all. Agile on agile on agile. Program increment planning. By the end of next week, the quarters plan has already changed. That's lovely. That sounds like it has not gotten any better at all. I mean, that's where we were when we were first learning to implement Agile. We were first experimenting it and trying to make it work for us while also making sure that we worked for it. We gave it a good college try. I'm just cheating here with absolutely no shame. Just want to get the parts out, get them swapped. Don't want to go back a bunch of steps, so this is fine. No damage is done to the part on the visible area. And it's just plastic after all. That's okay. Hey. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the teeth, for how many years did we use? How many generations did we use teeth as our primary brick separator? Offline actually use knives all the time for that because it's so fast, so efficient to really get in there and surgically pop something out rather than doing a ton of disassembly. Okay, where's the other one? I still need one more of these. Those are all 1x's now, right? Those are all 1x's. Okay, so I need to find one more 2x4 that I've used where I should not have. Trying to info team like you are. This doesn't give you a Scrum product program person, so you get to do that yourself. Oh well, crap. Oh crap. That was the best part, was having somebody to basically be a project manager just for the process. So at least we didn't have to deal with all the minutia. Ugh. All right, well, I feel definitely better about not going back. Thank you. Where could this be? So this is probably where there should be two 2x2s. I'm telling you, the edges just don't show up. You can barely see the edges between parts that are brown. Yours had 10 plus missing parts. Classic CaDA brick quality issues. No, Cycle Slayer, you stop. You take that back right now. CaDA is perfect. CaDA is so good. Look, I saw there's this one video from this German YouTuber, okay? And he showed this Ferrari that CaDA did. It's a Technic Ferrari. It's so good that it made Lego go bankrupt. Like literally Lego, the company, died because this one Ferrari they did is so good. It's amazing. So you're wrong. CaDA is perfect. The end. And everything they do is perfect. Okay, that's what it is. There is a piece somewhere in here. Here, it's right there. That's it. That's the one that I need to get. It actually should be two by twos next to blue bricks. Exactly. They already did, actually. Lego doesn't exist anymore. Lego has gone bankrupt because of CaDA and that one Ferrari. I read it on the internet. I saw it on the internet, and there's a video, and it got lots of views. So it's true. I think they have some really great designs. Yeah, they're just inconsistent is the biggest problem, right? You can't. So a person, who actually cares about truth and reasonability can't just say, hey, CaDA is a great company. If you see a CaDA product, you know that it's going to be at least really good. You can't say that with a straight face. That's the biggest problem with them. They're all over the place. Their latest cars are very good. The cars that have all prints, which is very few of them to date, but the cars that have all prints tend to be very, very good and great values. But so many other cars that are, even their Technic cars that everybody talks about, everybody lauds, that are on the market to this day, have stickers and illegal techniques and stress parts and weird parts and stickers over multiple parts galore. Real legit? Absolutely, yes. Totally. You heard it on the internet. That's proof. It has likes, so you know it's right. Two by three down the middle. Looking into getting the big yellow crane truck. Every review is. There's nothing wrong with it. Just on YouTube, just turn on translate. Switch it to English. It's pretty good these days. But again, with their big Technic stuff, it's the same situation. Tons of variety. Lots of inconsistency. The newest stuff seems to be really excellent. Like looking at just their 1/8 scale Formula One cars alone. The stake or kick car, which has all prints, is good as far as I can tell. Both of their Mercedes AMG cars, 8 scales, very good. The one and the, what was it? SLR? Very good. I got the Alfa Romeo Formula One car. Very good value. Some iffy build techniques. Gigantic stickers over multiple parts. Every reviewer being sponsored by them. Oh, okay. At the very least, having nothing negative to say. Gotcha. Yep. That definitely feels completely wrong. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Unfortunate for anybody who, cares about truth. I have not seen a single 1x1 black plate, so I'm going to use this brown one, and I didn't use a black one earlier. Unless that's one? Is that one? It is. Okay. I don't need this. Yes, I do. Trick it. Grab from the side. Does absolutely minimal damage. Gets the job done. Box Artists is releasing a compilation book, official release. Nice. I know a lot of people will appreciate that because a lot of people like their box art specifically. And a lot of those people would rather not feel compelled to hold on to every single box because that's ridiculous unless you have Imagine. So being able to get some of the stuff in a book form, that would be great. I'm glad that so far I've felt pretty good avoiding the trap of holding on to boxes for art. I am definitely going to keep my Zeta box, my vintage Zeta box, because that has particular historical value to me. I don't think I'm even keeping my GR Rizel GR box in spite of the fact that I really, really love that kit. I think I might have gotten rid of it. My Serpent custom box I do still have. And my no-grade Amatsumina box I still have. Because those feel special to me. But as time goes by, things like that, I find the excuse to get rid of. So I'm not drowning in unused packaging behind the scenes. I did the first version of that on the couch while we were watching the show, like during a slow moment when they were focusing on the couple that's actually doing great. I was just like, okay, this guy, this is too much. Hold on, I need to riff on this. Fred, I hope you're doing well. The very first one, what was the very first one? The very first thing that I did, the prompt for it was, oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, the final one combines multiple stories, but the very first prompt, I'm just going to read what I typed on my phone to get it kicked off. Where is it at? Where's it at? Is this it? I get half the length. Okay, there it is. And yeah, it's just very complex and surreal spoken word rap by a man everyone's suspicious about because his stories and explanations never fully add up. He explains wildly unlikely circumstances and timings in so much detail that it all becomes more confusing to the listener. So many things, yes. It says so many things. With such confidence, too. That's the worst part. People who come across like they really know what they're talking about because they have a confident delivery and everybody believes them because of it. One of the 3 Cyberpunk sets CaDA ever made is back up for sale. The Cyber CT3X. Huh? I forgot about those. Which one is this? Seat. Ooh! Ooh! What? What? Gimme. Oh, it's Technic. I don't like the scale. It looks nice, but I don't want that scale though. It's big. I mean, it's very large, isn't it? It's very large for 25 bucks. Oh, that's hard to say no to. Man, that's hard to say no to for 25 bucks. I wonder if they just found some old stock or something. Thanks for the heads up on that. I might not be able to say no long term. They ended up issuing apologies to Tim Howard. Oh, he did? He did? I didn't see that. I didn't see that update. Ah, wow. Wow. He got scurred. He thought he thought he wasn't going to get called out. He thought that the word wouldn't get to the source. Jeez. So bad. This way. All but the Justice Cross Contrast sold out. Been a minute since that happened. Only things I see. Right on. I mean, I'm glad that those things are available again for folks who want them. And I hope that they will see that response and continue to do more releases. Tim's daughters. Oh, wow. Idle entertainment. Nice to have stuff to watch to not have to think too much about. Definitely guilty pleasure being able to see other people's pain, I guess.
I will upvote that.
Before Marathon open beta. I don't have any interest in Marathon. It doesn't feel like something that I would enjoy. Going in and constantly being under stress immediately.
Oh, thanks,
that
Jay.
some hyper
Appreciate
sweat is going to ruin everything that I've done up to this point. So if I have any accomplishment in the game, at any moment, a hyper sweat could just appear out of nowhere, delete me, take all of my stuff and all of my progress. That doesn't sound fun to me. Not at all. Not at all. Not for me. No, thank you. Sorry. When loss is permanent. Kindle, welcome back. Also, I mean, for me, the whole situation where I haven't had any time to do any gaming whatsoever in a long time. Since that last time I played COD with you, Fred, that was the last time that I played a game. That was, again, what, November? Shoot. That's why you don't play Arc Raiders. At least Arc Raiders has had the nice thing happen where there's the vast majority of people are PvE focused, and it just kind of happens organically where a lot of Arc stuff is friendly, even though it's technically always PvE VP. A lot of people in Arc are friendly, which is astonishing, and they're even kind of encouraging that to some degree. So you can be more like us. Roadcraft? Ooh, Roadcraft. Roadcraft. Oh man. Roadcraft is just a great game to just hang out. Shoot the stuff, and just do things. It's one of those it's one of those games where yes, things can go hilariously wrong, but it's just funny. You can really focus in and be a sweat at it and be super efficient, or you can just, fool around and just say, okay, I'm just going to pave this entire forest now. Why? Because I can. Should play Battlefield 6. I did play Battlefield 6 when it first came out. I played it probably like 5 or 6 times when it first came out, and I enjoyed it a lot. PvE is quite deadly. Yeah, a lot of players are too terrified of the bots to worry about others. Your dream of constant road building the entire map. Now to make a good take your mind off things game, for sure. Yeah. I even did expeditions for a bit. Need a fourth? You're talking about bringing Fred into the group? The hyper uber omni ultra final boss secret group? That's dangerous. I'm not opposed. Not at all. Just ignore the beehives thing, right? Look, there were no bees in the hives. No bees were harmed. I wonder if this is actually licensed from Fujiwater. No, they make me have to put the labels on each can, each bottle. Oh. Can I at least do it while it's on here, or is it too wide? Seriously, oh no, they have to wrap around. Well, Lego uses stickers. CaDA has been using prints for years now. Only prints. You should buy CaDA because CaDA is the best. literally everything that Lego does wrong, CaDA does right. No more stickers. Yeah. Right. A truck seat applies. They already did, Aaron. Stop being deceptive. You Lego shill, you Lego fanboy. Lego's already gone. Don't try to pretend like it's not the case. Thought Bluebricks would do that. They also did. There were 2 Legos. Now they're both gone. Bluebricks got rid of one of them. CaDA got rid of the other one, okay? I'll admit these do look nice, but still, it's every single one. So is a sticker. One two punch. Yep, exactly. One hand, one strike, 2 punches landed. Permanent KO and retirement. With no evidence, but charismatically. Okay, so as long as you say it charismatically, then we know it's true. Just to kind of get a little bit of extra strength behind that. If you could post it on the internet and then get a like, which it's perfectly fine if you simply like your own comment, that counts. But if you get a like, then we have proof positive. Oh man, I'm gonna laugh so hard if the big $600 and some Pokemon set sells out again. Now that it's actually going live, it's not a pre-order anymore. And they brought the gift with purchase back. Wow, Wandering Mech definitely gets it. The good news is that this is almost all of the stickers in the entire set right here. So there aren't that many remaining afterwards. What? Now 10. So this is 7. I had used 1 already. slightly angled. There we go. You can get it, yeah. Thank you. Why does this not want to go all the way in? What is going on right at the end? Ugh. Come on. Figure it out. Entire build run, pretty much. But you know what? I ain't care. Okay, this not being connected at the top is blah. Unfortunate. Hopefully that'll get stopped. Hopefully something will push in here. You can see there's this gap up top. The rest of it is clean, but that lets it down a little bit. Let's see if that gets captured a little bit. Doesn't look like it's going to be, but maybe an awning will hide it a little bit. It's not that big of a deal, though. Interesting. So this is a stud, like a Kobe stud, but it has a ridge on it, so it doesn't go all the way in. That's very interesting. And I also just realized that that light up there has changed color. How did that happen? It's more cool than it used to be. Random, I know, but different. Interesting. That means this should stop. It does, and that's actually really good. Works really well in conjunction with this. Now, technically, that should be at a different height than that. Those two. Unless they did some weird geometry here. I don't think it's going to matter in this case, but for a traditional Lego geometry, it would be different. Best pre-built vending machine for you is the one from Power Miners. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. As soon as I saw vending machine, I knew that's where you were going, and I cannot disagree with you. The bias is real, but the bias is legit. You deserve that. Someone had pointed out a tiny error in a review. Probably wouldn't have noticed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely possible and easy even to really over focus on the tiniest things. And for a lot of reviewers, that's not natural. For a lot of reviewers, we are forced to do that by our viewers, who will definitely completely focus on the tiniest things if we don't. So we have to then completely focus on the tiniest things to avoid completely losing our audience. And, you know, the entirety of the work that we do being just ignored because of the tiniest thing that we didn't call out. All this is with vending machines. Nice thing is they have some pretty good tagging. So it's pretty easy to find such things. Find any one set that has a vending machine, open up the tags, we do view tags, and then look for the vending machine tag, and then have fun, profit, win. Surprised they have tag pretty good. Welcome, ukulele. How goes? Is there going to be a third one of these? Should have just said ×2. Oh, okay. This one does not have the spacer. The issue might be your mods may vary. Right. Quality control. Definitely true. Yep. Transformer with 2 right hands. Yeah. It doesn't mean that everyone will get that. That's an important point. Jacket Thorn, welcome back. Happy time zone to you. Looks like they're saying these are actually rotated to the right instead. For variety. All right. I'll bite. Looks like very few, if any, leftover pieces in this set. I don't like lime green, usually used for foliage. It rarely works for me. Yeah. I understand the desire to have variety. You know, if you do all of your plants the same green, it can start to all look the same. But once upon a time, that's how it was. And it was actually kind of cool. Old Lego town, all the same green for all grass, all plants, all trees. It wasn't that bad. Some vines, new growth, definitely new growth on some plants, buds Whole entire plant? Like hyacinths growing in floating plants in streams and rivers and stuff, maybe. Some cactus, I guess I could see that. I think bright green looks better. Bright green and sand green look better. Targe, hello, welcome. Reviewing acquired factory samples. Yep. 9 times out of 10, they're rejects. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then they get all the views because they're first early. That's messed up. Yeah, that's not fair. Not that big companies need anybody to defend them, but it's still not right when little guys do things that are unfair. Period. Ball cactus, if it has the good tan spines. One by going across. 4 out here. Okay. Four again. This guy and then a 3. Yep, so far so good. I am really starting to look forward to working on custom Lego stuff again. The fire is lit. I know I'm not ready. Still have half the room that needs to be deleted. But I'm ready to be ready. Lettuce, cabbage, yep. Reading rejects makes the playing field less fair. Exactly. Or not only they weren't first, but look at how many views they get, right? Obviously, the ones who do it first get all the views, and then people look at that and say, well, okay, you've got 2,000 views. This guy's got 50,000. I think I know who I'm going to trust. Well, you're just behind the times, Thorn. You're looking at all old school. Caring about quality and qualities. Psst. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Not anymore. Dying breed. Yep. It's healthy on the transformer side. That's good. Overall. Just managed to survive all the tumult. Our MGO and Artemis, Artemis. I did that intentionally. Still the big go-tos. Covering third party. I still have trouble understanding why Hasbro and Tomy don't go after those. There's so many that are so blatant, and yet they're able to survive just fine. Companies just don't go after them at all. Such a valuable franchise, and it's not protected. The IP doesn't get protected. It's so odd. Magic. Well, I mean, they focus on Magic because it's making money hand over fist. Went after one. Anger the mouse. Oh. But I mean, what you do, you don't have to go after them in China. You can pay your way, but if you don't want to do that, you go after customs. You get customs in major port regions to list them as counterfeit. And you attack the supply chain. most of the remaining stickers are about to be used. Kyle, how's it going? Thank you for the re-up. How have you been? What's the name? Haven't heard in a long time. Very long time. Getting better? Ah. Confiscate, probably illegal. Yeah, for them. But like I said, it's on the company that owns the IP to register their stuff with customs and to register a complaint and to get a stop on that, on the incoming flow at the border. You're not going to catch everything, but you can catch a lot. Clearly, they are choosing not to do that for some reason. Times 3 of this. 1, 2, 3. Brackets. Stud on the side. No, it's just when they it's when they take the IP. Right side up. It's theft, right? Think of it this way. Think if there's a small artist out there who's really, really talented, and they come up with an original character, and they do a line of art about this original character. And then some big company comes along and uses that original character and makes t-shirts of it and prints and, you know, all sorts of mugs and all sorts of merch. Are you going to be happy with that? That this small, talented, independent creator is having their hard work just, you know, completely stolen and taken by some big company for pure profit? No. Why is it okay if the artist is a little bit larger or a little bit larger still? Yeah, it's only if they make more than 111. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. What is the cutoff? When does it become okay? And why? Companies, not people. So what is the point? What is the exact point where you say, okay, now all of a sudden it's not okay, or now all of a sudden it is okay? Okay, we have an independent small artist that's doing great work, and they sold $1 million worth of stuff this year. Now are they evil? Now, do we stop loving them, and do we call them corporate greedmeisters? Now, is it okay for other people and companies to steal from them? And why? Okay, so what is the exact point where it changes? Where do we make that shift? Like, okay, it's one single person. Now it's one person with some low-paid independent contractors helping them out with some of the slop work or slock work on the side. And then they become like a small family business. Now they're making $1 million. Now they're making 10 million. At what point do we say, all right, it's okay to screw this guy and steal all of his work? At what point does theft become okay? At what point does it become okay to exploit existing work? It's just a thought experiment. This looks a little bit weird, but I think it's all right. Knows we. If both companies are big entities, you don't care. What if one company is not a super mega multinational corporation? What if they're a family company? What if they're literally family owned? Started from one person who worked hard, single parent, working 2 jobs and also working to build their own thing for years and eventually made it. And now, they've got their family running this. And they bring in 5 million, let's say. I haven't gotten to Lego yet. Not yet. But I was going to go there eventually. Yes. Been debating this. Don't think we're going to get a good answer for a long time. I just think it's worth thinking about. That's the only thing for me. I think it's important to think about it. And I think it's perfectly fine to have an opinion on either side, as long as you know why you have that opinion. I just want to always encourage people to think about it. I don't, you can say, okay, I don't like X. Do you know what X is? Yes. Okay. All right. Then we're good. Then we're on the same page. I don't like X. Do you know what X is? Yes, I do. What is X? X is the following. No, it's not. Listen to what you just said. That is not X. That's all I'm getting at. You much prefer privately owned companies like Lego or Steam? Okay. So is it okay for Lego to screw over an individual artist? Maybe. Is it okay for Lego to steal IP? Can't you say, I didn't, you know what, you never is the correct answer, ethically and business practice. Okay. Not okay to steal from anyone, no matter the size. All right. It's just like when we say, okay, Lepin is bad. I agree with that personally, but make sure that if you're going to say Lepin is bad, that you recognize that Lego started out as a clone brand, right? Or if you're going to say that CaDA is bad for copying the Lego design, even though it's literally public domain, if CaDA is bad for copying this, is Lego also bad? Or people who say, okay, copying this is fine because it's a simple geometric shape, but copying this is ridiculous. Like, Why are these knockoff companies copying something that's this specific? Or this specific? Like that's just too much. Just come up with your own design. All right. Let's talk then. So this is not okay. This is not okay, but this is okay. All right. Is this okay? Like, what is the line? That's all I want to know. I want people to think about if you're going to have an ethical stance or portray it as moral, just make sure you know where the line is and why you believe that it's there. I'm not going to tell anybody you're wrong. I can disagree with where someone puts the line, but I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for having a conviction. I strongly support people having conviction, so long as they know why. If it was in the financial interest to take them down, they would have done it. Do you know that for a fact? Power World, wow, that's a good one. Hasbro's copied or gotten inspired by third parties. Third-party figures have also shown up in comics with no credit. Interesting. So 2 wrongs make a right then? Not a fact is fiend. Yeah, when it comes to facts, laws are facts, right? Whether you agree with them or not, laws definitely are on the objective side. Laws can be interpreted, of course, which can get into the realm of subjectivity. They're not supposed to be, but you can get some black or white when you get into litigation to some degree, supposedly, theoretically. Depends on how much money your lawyer has, right? But a lot of it is based on how we feel. Power World gameplay is amazing. Laws, patents, yep. So this is going to get used later. This Pokemon game looked like it was 2010. Wow. Sorted the 2018 cargo train from a store that still sold it. The 2018 one, was that the blue one? Or is that, or is it green? Is that the blue one? 2018. Is that green? Green, okay. Lucky though. Lucky you're able to still get it at retail. I'm glad. This does not go here. What? This goes here. This connects the two. There it is. Okay. city scale. It's definitely minifigure compatible for sure. But it's on a 16 wide base. I think it's like 16 by 18. But so it's kind of like a quarter modular plate space. But as far as like heights of things, it's Lego minifigure compatible. I think some of these buildings that CaDA has done, like a couple of them, have looked a little bit smaller than minifig scale. But I think most of them are minifig compatible. World and Violet, like both. Nice. What's the name of the last Pokemon game that people have fairly broadly derided? Just for my reference, which one it is. Oh, that is it. Scarlet and Violet. This is the most recent. Okay. I saw the gameplay of one of them at one point. There's a newer one that got better reviews. So Legends ZA or AZ got better reviews than Scarlet and Violet. Okay, on one was rough. Okay. Huh. Is that an actual thing? A Pokemon that is a motorcycle?
Yes!
Yeah? Well, it shouldn't. You know why? Because that's unrealistic. In the real Pokemon world, okay? Because explain to me the DNA sequence. Go ahead, I'll wait. Children hate that you do not ride the cycle Pokemon. You walk everywhere and it drives them nuts. These sets feel super realistically proportioned. I feel like most of the city utility related things are pretty good right now. All the trucks. Other than the airport fire truck. The vast majority have been in pretty good space. The construction stuff, pretty much across the board, their construction lines, I think, have been hitting well, in my opinion, at least. It's going to lock or not. Oh, not yet. Okay, so this is just going to get smaller. The tiles at this level are not to create a separatable second level. It just, the whole thing just gets narrower. Nope. Yep. Okay. Now that's locked in. I do have a few leftover pieces. Nothing looks suspicious to me. Realism. Like when Pokemon gets slightly more realistic, basing things off real life evolution and adaptation at the same time. It's a game. Shouldn't feel side. I mean, is any of it realistic? Really? I think it's fine to have nerdy debates about such things, as long as you don't take it too seriously. As long as you don't take it actually seriously. I was curious if I can see. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 8. 8 clicks. It takes 8 clicks to get to just solid light. Everything else blinks. The flicker is not actually visible to the human eye. It's a camera effect from the shutter speed. I'm going to move this completely out of the way because I now need to open a lot of bags. Oof. Yeah. I think I want to take the 1x2s. Man. All this will go on the little guy tray. It gets harder after that. So ideally, I should take a bunch of stuff from here and put it there. because these are all the same. I'll just keep them in their own pile. I'll pull out 1x2s. I'm just trying to reduce how much stuff is on this tray because there's a whole other bag that needs to be emptied here. It's basically load balancing here. I would like to stop there. Although I see 1x4s, let me take the 1x3s. Anything else? All right, I'm gonna call it. Specific pieces with consistency, yeah. Robots. Also, robots bad. They take human jobs. Oh, that's ridiculous. This is so much. Bunker is good. Photographs of weeds, pretentious concrete, fake pretentious concrete slabs, wicker and steel mesh furniture. Good. Human-generated slop, good. Corrugated cardboard packaging material as art, good. Random round things as art, good. Mushroom lamp, good. Wooden minifigure that costs like $200. It's made totally by robots, but advertised as being handcrafted, even though it's totally not. Good. Books facing backwards. I mean, at least that one I can understand. That one I can understand, because otherwise someone's going to have an opinion about some book in every single image. Never specified human hands crafted it. We just showed a person carving it by hand in our marketing photo to make you, think about handcrafting. It's a concept. It's a mood setting concept. Okay, I think I've spent enough time sorting these bags out. I can now begin bag 2. But don't worry, they are a family company. Therefore, it's okay if they lie. If they had shareholders, then forget it. Bad, evil, pure corporate greed. But it's a family company. Okay, so lying, it's fine. Cut them some slack. They didn't mean to. Nope. Is there an in between? Yes. Wait. Cute looking keyboard. Yeah, so far I definitely agree. It's going to be really interesting. I need to build the RioBricks analog to this immediately after it. Literally the next thing I build, probably on the Saturday small group stream. Need to build the RioBricks one just so that I've got that immediate back-to-back comparison of the experience. Need to go across here. Four should be here. Okay, the sorting system works such as it exists. And so far there's enough support underneath here. Sometimes they'll do things that are a bit hollow underneath, and then you start to push it together and it starts to separate underneath. But this one has enough structure. So far. So 1-bys. And 6s. Four, 1 and 4. telling you, I need to really, really think about downsizing when I get to building my custom layout back. Ideally, I would love to come up with an excuse to go smaller on my trains even. Definitely going to try to go shorter with each piece of rolling stock. But I'd like to go... If it was possible to go less wide, I would. If I could do like 5 stud wide trucks, that would be ideal. I don't think I can pull that off. If I could go 3 stud wide for cars or something, just a need to get to a smaller scale. Lego scale is just too big for big displays unless you have infinite space. The thing is, minifig compatible is important to me. If it doesn't have minifigs, like I can do micro scale for background stuff for forced perspective, but stuff in the foreground has to be minifig compatible. That's where all the life is to me. Giant Lego vending machine in the monkey kit set, but not the airport. Ah. It's close to O, which needs so much. It needs so much. And then we're always encouraged to go bigger. Go bigger, just like they did with Speed Champions. Look how much better the Speed Champions cars look now that they're 8 wide. But also their size is insane. If you try to put them in the context of like a city, for example. I desperately need to fight that and push in the direction of old school, 90s and before. Narrower streets. I wish I could do something about the trains. Like if I could switch to just narrow gauge somehow and then do 5 wide or even 4 wide, but at least like 5 wide. 2 wide cars like they originally had, or 2 wide in the dome and then 4 wide at the wheels, you know, the actual track width. Like the original police car and fire chief car that came with, and taxi that came with a minifig. Which the high-speed trainer was larger, like in every dimension, or just longer? So you couldn't fit a figure. Right, yeah. Microscale cities and architecture is not what you know how to build. I see you do planes and Star Trek ships. Gotcha. Kobe says, I'm definitely going to be doing some illegal builds. So I'm definitely going to be doing some things that are not allowed or normal per the Lego way. But I am still mentally limited by Lego expectations and Lego world building expectations. 4. Every time I look at one of those new layout options and studies, every single time it's just like, this isn't going to work. I don't have enough space to make something that I will be happy with. Microscale Coruscant? Oh yeah, for sure. Like studio model scale. Fun to go outside your comfort zone? For sure. You've built mechs. Building a vehicle was fun and refreshing. That is good. This is a good idea. Japanese table. Mm-hmm. It's definitely the wrong. Ah, it's so hard to see those studs. Those lower ones, it's like they disappear. The upper ones are visible, but the lower ones, so camouflaged. For me, the shape is just completely wrong for a Japanese maple. It's shaped like a conifer. Exactly, exactly. It's shaped like a coniform. What? Look at that. Look at those little half plate thickness lines. That's very nice. They just did it that way. It's so simple, but it's really good. The only thing I don't like about these stud recipients, getting the stud piece aligned is a little bit rough. And they don't tell you the trick. They should tell everybody the trick. Use another piece as a tool. this is a computer. Don't know why they suggest orienting the mouse backwards. I'll just put in orientation that makes more sense. Not sure what the benefit of these. If you had an opportunity to swap out the color, you could get some interesting patterns when they're visible, when you don't have something on top of it, or if you have just a bar going into it, you could get a different color in that spot, especially if you're using hollow studs. One by plate. There you go. Oh, wow. The CRT. Okay. Like, yeah, this is feeling a little bit old, but I didn't realize they were going to go that far. Wow. I wonder if this is that old. I wonder if the original design of this thing is that old. From the fan designer. I wonder if it's from more than a decade ago. Or more like 2. Or if they're just trying to be retro. There you are. There's one more ingot on this table. I'm going to find it. If it's not here, that means I already used it somewhere that I should not have, and it's not that. Did it get stuck to something else? There it is. Diagonal. General protection fault. We need a sticker for this. Hey, Clipsy. Thank you kindly for the raid and welcome on in. And once again, thanks to everybody who went with the raid. Excuse me. Always raid with your streamer if you can. You got a raid to run, it's all good. Opak, welcome. I'm doing one version of this, the CaDA version. Then I'm going to do the Rio Bricks version at some point in the next few days. And then I'm going to compare the two. Is the intent. See how many similarities they actually have. Do think, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, shout outs to you. You're working on today, Clipsy? It's open towards the back. I've got entirely too many. Hello? What? Oh, I was like, that should not have changed that way. That was weird. Okay, yeah. Entirely too many parts out here. Sorry. These buttons were doing strange things. This is technically bag 2. There are only 2 bags. Walking in the Friend's Garden restaurant, making it into modular style. Beautiful, beautiful. I love that. I love everything about that. Friends gives you such great material to work with. Extending it and making it work with everything else is a strong move. Strong move. Welcome, Paul. Slightly disassembled this to remove the lights. Did it really need disassembly, or could you have just pulled it out, given that it has, it's basically just running the angel or fairy light just through a bunch of bar holes. I wish they would come up with a better system for lights. Because while this does technically, check the box, they can say that they have lights. It's just not good. Needed help, I see. I see. It's on mock potential so much. So much. And so frequently these days. Can't budget for city icons, Star Wars, and Friends, I see. And also space. Space is limited. Because if we look at all of those, that's a whole lot of work product, a whole lot of products that are hitting the market every single season. All right, Hyphen, thank you for hanging out. And have a good night. About 15 minutes? Not bad, not bad. Little ×2. It's efficient that they use a lot of 1x1s or 1x1 versions of things. Efficient for them, not efficient for us as builders. These days with Lego, all that stuff that I just built up would be 2 pieces. How the 2 will compare. Yeah. And welcome back, Pops. 2 is here somewhere. Guess that'll make sense later. Yeah, where did I miss that? Exploded. Oh dang. Gotcha. All good. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for the kindness of the raid as well. Best of fortunes. Knocking the mess down, getting back to a little bit more sanity. So that you'll be ready to blow it all up again. As always happens when we do custom stuff. Always. This is the way. This is the final sticker. Clear back on top of a clear tile. Okay, now I'm going to seal out this edge. I love how you keep trying, even though by all indications you shouldn't. You should give up, but you never do. Yeah. Yes, right. Still haven't seen the 100%, even though at some point along the way we migrated to a new system. From Stream Elements to Stream Labs. Still the 100% isn't working. Even though it is written. Got the top there. What is this? Something else to the side. Oh, filling in this corner. Yeah, you cheated. You used AI. As the kids say these days. I was now years old when I recognized that this is a 3-story building, not 2. This whole time I thought it was going to be 2. Oh, okay. You copied and pasted, made it look real. Sounds like AI to me. Definitely. Clearly. Clearly. One, it's here. That needs to go. Eh. Exactly as I planned. What's up, Dudist?
Going as planned.
No, that does not look right. That does not look. This does stick out. No, it is right. Just looks weird. A few things are a little bit fragile, eh? Almost steady. Right on. It must be wandering back. It must be. And he didn't get it. Or is this roof? No, this is still interior, right? It's gotta be. Or so, yeah, I mean, without the light, $46 is so it's an okay price. You consider the complexity of it. You know, it's not large, but there's some stuff here. I don't feel bad about that price. That's just on the outside. Transparent? I think so. There we go. Bed. Thought so. 1, 2. Can't see the border between them, but I can figure it out. Based on the parts used, I can figure out how this is supposed to be without carefully zooming in to try to figure out where the edges of parts are in this instruction manual. Trying to manage the routing of this dang wire so it doesn't look too off-putting. It's just a slow, steady grind. I definitely prefer builds that rely more on slightly larger pieces. Just the pace, you know, it's definitely a personal thing, but I like a pace that's a little bit faster. Like Lumibricks tends to feel like it's moving faster, even if the sets are still very complicated. Feels like they do enough larger part, just kind of studs on top building, traditional Lego style building. And then they do use parts that have multiples, so rather than using the 1x here, they would use 2x or even 4x at a time. The good thing about these steps that use a lot of parts at once is that they open up the parts trays. It becomes very quickly easier to find other parts in future steps. And part quality in this so far has been fine. Nothing weird. Nothing slightly misshapen. Overinflating the brick count number? For sure, for sure. Because of corporate greed, I bet you Disney made them do it. Man, what if we find out that CaDA is a family-owned company? From what I understand, the original founder is still there. If it's actually still family owned, that's really gonna have to change how we talk about them. In other words, how the system works and how like hardworking people get paid a wage, whether fair or not, so that they can put food on their families. Is that what you mean? No, you just don't get it, but that's okay. A lot of bricks is where Lego is going towards more Duplo style, right? Yep, bigger and bigger. Fine lined how many, and yeah. In this case, I don't think it has anything to do with anything philosophical, you know, in terms or stylistic for the build system. I think they just are minimizing the number of individual molds that they make because they do all their builds in-house. CaDA was more of a traditional toy company. It did RC cars before and static ones, and they just don't have a ton. They're not huge. They don't have a ton of money to just do new molds all the time. You know what I'm talking about. Hardest lighting? For the size of it, I'd say, I don't know if it was the last Rio Bricks one of these or the first one that I did. I think it was the second one that I did. Definitely had no, it was the first one. It was the first one. It had the most spaghetti. I wouldn't say the hardest per se, but for the size, it had the greatest concentration of difficulty. Going on Pokemon Day? Right on. Hopefully you will get what you're looking for. Hopefully they made reasonably sized orders for actual launch day, and they won't be running out ridiculously quickly, either online or in person. Just what, away, hour and a half away? Yeah, hour and a half away from online reveal or online release. For the Pokemon Insider, as well as Kanto badge collection that you must get. Because you know it's going to go up in value again. Today, it's in an hour and a half. At least in North America, it's in an hour and a half. It probably already happened in Europe, huh? The refreshes, yeah. Pretty pathetic looking. No, it's going to be worth a lot on the aftermarket. All right. So you have to get it. You have to get like 10 of them. Don't look at it for what it is and how it makes you feel. Look at it for the potential profit. Remember, personal profit, good. Corporate profit, bad. Get it right. Stickers. Can you get a replacement sticker sheet for something like that? Or are they actually going to be checking orders or asking for proof for something that exclusive?
Hedon 2099 asked me, do you have any encouraging words for Lego.com's Windows NT servers before the big Pokemon Lego Investor Extravaganza aka product launch? Ah, the Windows NT servers. They shall be the unsung heroes of this event. May they withstand the barrage of eager clicks and not spontaneously combust under the pressure. Remember, it's not a meltdown, it's just a feature. Good luck, little servers. You'll need it.
Nice. The condescending tone worked well there. Thank you. Thank you, Hedon. Once got a Comic Con exclusive, so one time, therefore, it's always going to work. And everyone should do it. Everyone should take advantage of it. Giant blue spaceman. People are mad it didn't come with a minifig. We needed the Slave 1 sticker replacements, had to go through like 3 hoops. Yeah. It's definitely not consistent, but I think they have some information on the back end that affects that to some degree. But yep, it's not consistent. Yeah, unfortunately, Benny has that cracked chin strap. That's the problem. They only did a modern release. We just looked at this yesterday or day before. They only did a modern release of an undamaged blue Classic Space helmet in the Ninjago Gamers Market set. All the stuff with Benny doesn't count because of the crack. So otherwise people have to rely on just the old stock from the original 19 sets that had it back in the 80s. Scuff logo on the torso, correct? Oh, what the? Why do I see? Why does this look different? Oh, it's fine. No, this is not. This is not supposed to go all the way across. Dang it. That one. It's supposed to be just a 1x1 one plate or what? There, it looks like it goes all the way across. No, that's the other side. Okay, that's down here. This did go all the way across. No, that's here. I'll find it. That's here, okay. There's that level. This side, and then the other side. Ah, yep, it's stealth. It looks the same, but it's not because of the angle. Whew. All right. Tries to release 4 minifigs. Pokemon minifigs? There's still a possibility that could happen. But chose to start with the big buildables. This is correct for now. They're doing the same with the K-pop Demon Hunters. Don't think Mario minifigs are ever going to happen officially from LEGO. I can't tell if these are supposed to be clear. They're supposed to be clear, I think. Two and a 3. All right, it's getting there. Is that 100% confirmed that that Mattel Brickshop is not doing any sets for the Masters of the Universe movie? I thought that there was exclamation mark rumor that they were. Exclamation mark rumor. I'm glad we're not getting any from Lego. Lego would not do a good job. Compared to the standard that was set by Mega or Mattel, the Lego ones would be so sad. That'd be like Lego doing Halo. Talked about this before. Structures, vehicles, and craft could be good, but the figures would just be so sad. We too hard on the... Yeah, that's true. You got a good point. With the smart brick. God. And in order for that to work, the power sword would have to be like pink. And it would have to be like a Nexonite sized broadsword. It had to be like literally this, about that big, and 2 studs wide in order to be detected by the smart brick, because it can only go by color.
Yes!
I like it. I like the sound of it. Where can I sign up? Talked yesterday or day before about the possibility of smart bricks in Lego Minecraft. Already all the Star Wars characters sound like villagers, Minecraft villagers, so we got a good head start on that one. Huh? 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 If you're gonna go there, you might as well commit a little bit further. Use the Lego Movie model and just call it "What is this? A set for ants?" ? That would be the name of the set. Tell you, this is some optimistic looking foliage. I guess it's supposed to represent like creeping fig or something. It's supposed to have very, very, very small leaf texture, but I don't know. Maybe from a distance it'll feel good. I think that's it. And this is supposed to attach here. Oh, yeah. All right. Fits in there snugly. It's a good enough attachment. Reboot comics? No, I don't follow any of that. Okay, next facade. Gotta get this out of the way. It's slowing me down. Take care. Ah, it's offset by one. Finally feeling the table clearing off a little bit. Got some spaces between parts. Feeling more reasonable to grab stuff. Still quite a ways to go, though. not perfectly flat, but it's getting there. Nice little Jenga piece there. Funny, the visible lights don't have any light in them. It's a set with lights, but the lights you actually make don't have lights. Inside and out alike. I wish there was a convenient place to put this USB plug. Okay, the slats are a simple ×10. For this side, and it goes around the corner too, yeah. Are those different? Those are different. Top and second from the bottom. At least these don't get attached to a flexible hose. I've had some builds like that in the past that are just annoying because they keep misaligning themselves. Straighten these out. Yeah, I think skipping lights is easy to do. It does look nice to have some lighting rather than nothing. And I do recommend using, for companies in general, to use simple lighting approaches. I think Fantasy did a good job with their first attempt. I think it's easier to put the lights into this than the RioBricks ones. But I agree with you still, especially for the price, not bad. Even if you just leave the lights out completely. Because this wasn't a quick thing. There's a good amount of stuff here. Looks pretty nice from the outside and has plenty of detail on the inside. They're just they're external. Oops. Blinds. They just help to manage light. Let light in without it being direct. It was a popular thing in the, let's see, when did that first start? I want to say the 60s. Remained very popular in the US in the 70s to do slats. By the 80s, we started to exterminate them. The Lego headquarters building has, I believe they were vertical slats, but they're motorized, so they can be open and closed. They use them based on the weather, and also based on whether they're having a media event. So if people who are not on the inside of the company are going to be visiting the campus, they close up all the windows. You can't accidentally see something you're not supposed to see. Just flatten those out. Oops. That didn't last. So thankful these self-align, pretty much. Very hassle-free. Yeah. That's good. Excellent. Good. All right, now for a roof. Not that the interior detail is done yet, but roof does get attacked now. Two, three. Oh, the back hasn't been done yet. Or I guess technically one of the sides. And then the telephone pole. I love skylights so much. Just to an irrational degree. Skylights make just about everything better. At least visually. Okay, that ain't looking right. Do I have an extra? Yeah. Ah, such unfortunate placement. There's a light right where they want this to be secured. So, to shift it a little bit. Actually, this works. Yeah. All this works better than their suggestion. Using the tubes leaves space. No pinching. Oh, this is supposed to go down. Okay. Sorry. Turn that in. Check for clearance with the wire. Make sure it's not accidentally pinching. Looks like it might have tried. Oh, I do need to move one of those. This one needs to be moved over. Hey, Metalhead, welcome. Make sure it's out of the way. There it goes. Right on. Time to chill. Yeah, this is nice. Getting a couple of wires out of the way. Something like that. It's a lot less of a mess than the first one of these that I did that had lights. So now if I test it, sorry, it starts out flashing and blinking and pulsing and stuff, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you have to push the button 8 times, and then you get the continuous. And in real life, it does not flicker. That's just an artifact of my camera shutter speed compared to its blink rate, its switching frequency. But yeah, that's nice. But all this here is open, so that needs to be filled in now, which is going to be just a separate subassembly. 1, 2, 3. Right? Welcome, Suzanne. Yeah, a few weird things along the way, but the destination is worth the journey on this one, feels like. Let's see if this whole entire back gets covered. I'm assuming it does. With a couple of Technic pins to hold it in. Strategy they've used on some of their other ones. Yeah, the vines also probably need some connection to the ground. Yeah, a little more believable. I think from a distance, the texture works. Or something like a creeping fig. Something with small, less than 1 inch, 2 centimeter leaves. Yeah. Oh yeah, this whole thing is going to be built up from the ground to the uppermost level. So move this out the way for now and focus till it's ready to attach. I feel like I'm on the home stretch now. Did I do one too many again? Again? 1, 2, 3 stick out here. 1, 2. Okay. Let's go clipped in from the side. Oh, is it a full round? We're gonna do top and bottom right into here. Let's see. Oh no, it's completely different than I thought. I think it's on really, really low, Paul. So I think it's just kind of holding temperature without any caramelization occurring, you know? No expansion, just in a holding pattern. I want to make sure it's absolutely fresh when you order. I don't even understand what this structure is here. The last gray 2x2 in the entire kit. All right, getting a lot of lasts now. Rapidly wrapping up. Is that just an architectural element? One, two, three, four. Last of these. One, two, three. Last of these. These up or down? They're down. One of my trays is now empty. Slight difference in color there. Three. It's a little tricky. They don't give me any good place to squeeze. Ooh. Can imagine a lot of people ham-fisting that and just shattering it right down the middle. I will say I don't mind that. I don't mind the back being the weakest part. It's a lot better than the front being the weakest part, right? And there is quite a bit of detail and visual interest on this. You know, it's a lot better than just having a plain white surface. The flat. Piping. That in there, and then the major down pipe. Just give me a quick second. This really goes all the way round to the top of the roof. Okay. Thought that CaDA never used blue pins because blue pins are evil and only Lego did blue pins because Lego's evil. CaDA's perfect. No stickers, no blue pins. What happened? What the? Did I somehow end up making this? No, that's not possible. The parts don't exist to to make this right if it's wrong the way that I think it is. Unless I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. There has to be an extra. Oh my god. There has to be an extra plate in here. Look at it from the side. Let's see. This guy is aligned right. Brick. Gray. brown and brown. Right. The bottom is aligned perfectly. The middles, those are all good. Unless all of this is supposed to be offset towards the front. It is. Ah. Wait, no. Oh, they make it so hard to see. God, it's a 1 by 1. Sheesh. One by stack that goes on the gray. One small bag at a time. Ah, there you go. Good, good. It makes you want to get more Rio Brick stuff in the future, right? Like if you have the option to get something that's Rio Bricks or something that's not, that represents the same subject, you'd rather get Rio Bricks because you only have to have one bag open at a time. That's the effect it had on me, for sure. And again, that's a Geostar thing, so keep in mind. If you build any Geostar sets, Aaron, just saying, if you build any Geostar sets, keep in mind that the same pattern may be in effect. Ugh, the bottom just broke again. Okay. Now, my favorite part, quote unquote, favorite. Bunch of Technic stuff. Stacked vertically. Bunch of 1x1s aligned. Telephone pole. Okay. One. Where'd they go? Two. Three. Four. Five. Vertical again. No, don't you dare. You stay. There we go. It's gonna want to keep coming up. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that. Unless I have a spare one of these in the end to help keep it from doing that. Two. Last axle. Well, last short axle. A little mousetrap. Not yet. We've changed your outlook. Stud with a hole in the picture, but a stud with a tube. Stud with a hole for the light. Oh, I see. Different versions. These things go through a lot of changes over time. From the original fan design to the first thing that gets produced to whatever is around by the time I get there. Just following the instructions. And the parts, because there is no stud with a hole, and the instructions very clearly show exactly what I've done. Wouldn't fix the problem here to switch to a stud, but these guys come from here. Dang it. stay. Thing's been fragile the whole time. Okay. May have some leftover parts, which may be wrong. What did I miss? It's covered. It's definitely covered in there. Would be on the door, inside of the door, or the inside of the back flap. Doesn't look like it. Huh. Nope. Oh, those are spares for parts that get stickered. Have some extra tiles, so I was just wondering. Yeah. It's fully covered, so it's not there. All right. This must be it. That's it, I guess. A little bit of additional bending and convincing can get this a little bit straighter. But that's not too bad. Does not actually flicker in real life. All right, that's it. Tonight's reviews will be the Pokemon. So I got to do the Pokemon, the Pikachu.
Thanks,
Oh,
Jane.
speaking of which, we're 4 minutes away from the pre-sales, or the actual sales, by the way. Everybody's making a purchase on Lego. If you want to help me out, you could use the affiliate link. I could get a very small commission.
Thank you,
Doesn't change
Jay.
anything for you. Click the link, and that's all it takes. And then browse and purchase
Thank
as
you,
you
Jay.
want, if you want. Copy, copy, copy.
Oh,
Where is this? This is here. This is here. And this is here. Perfect. All right. So, folks, thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. No stream tomorrow, but I will continue to do a bunch of work. Stuff will be... Whatever is done will be explained in a brief update. Oops. It's moving on the Discord. And for now, I'm going to raid you out to...
Oh, thanks, Jay. Appreciate that.
Yeah. We're going here. And if you decide to raid and run, it's all good. But if you don't, it's cool people raiding into. Might have seen him before, especially if you've been around on my Monday streams. There we go. All right, folks. Be good to one another. Be good to yourselves. Thank you for being good to me. Good luck on the Pokemon purchases, if anyone's getting any of those. Including, don't forget the Insider little thing. Insider, I forget what it's called. Training Center, is it? Yeah. All right. Here, raid this guy. It's his alternate channel. He's going to be doing some gaming. On his main channel, he does Gunpla. I just thought it'd be fun to send the love over in this direction, even though he's not doing his normal stuff. All right. Take care, everybody. And I'll see you soon.